Helps if I add myself. Hello, everyone. How are you tonight? I'm just looking here. Okay. Wendi has worn the same dress and shoes to every trial so far, except for Charlie's trial. The same shoes, yes. But Charlie's trial, she had a different dress. I'm betting the Razin she took over trial 1 and trial 2, she wears a different one. Can you imagine if she wears the same one? You know, maybe it's still packed. Maybe her clothes are, let's give her that. Maybe her clothes are still packed because she had to move to Austin. Let's give her something. I'll give her something, all right. How are you, Sky? Oh, we got 10 people already. That's awesome. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I checked. Hi, Tattles. I checked the algorithm or the analytics before I came in. 888 subscribers. We are strong. That's amazing. That's awesome, Sky. Hi, One. Welcome back. Hi, Chris. Welcome back. So last night, I heard a big bang, and I was talking to you guys, and all of a sudden, everything just went. So I'm like, how can I say something? So I'm on my cell phone sending messages. So I do apologize that the live got cut because so it wasn't weather, which I thought because it was quite windy out. It was actually an accident just up the road from me. Somebody hit one of the poles and knocked everything out. Lovely. So I do want to apologize for that. So I've taken tonight's and we're going back just a tad because we did miss a lot of good parts. We missed Paella, and we missed her whole attitude about the birthday party. So I'm going to go back to about there and start it from there. I was going to stop it at Wendy's, but then I realized in this trial she comes back with after Jeffrey. So I thought, well, we'll just run it through. Yeah, everybody was fine. They said there was no injuries or anything. From what I know, because I know a tow truck driver in this area, and it was just a drunk driver. Hi, Dolores. Oh, thank you. Dolores says, you are awesome. I just found your channel and you are doing a great job covering all this. Stick with it. You'll grow your base and followers as we find you. I am so humbled. Honestly, you have no idea. And again, I will state right from the start, it is a channel, but I want it to be a community, not a channel. So we all have our opinions, and that's what we do. We discuss our opinions here, and we brainstorm, and we find ways that Georgia can get Turnpike Wendi behind bars. I live in Ontario, Canada. Okay, so welcome everybody. Let's get started. Like I said, I put it back a bit because we missed a bit in there. So we'll go from here and we'll go forward. Hello, Wyona.
To enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And ask the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Them's
Well, I was
fighting words.
filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement. So I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to have to pause it here because I just remembered something. So I was going through the end of Ruth's book, and for some reason it just hit me. When the parent or grandparents' law was passed, the day it was passed in Florida, so this, whatever we want to call her, was watching. And Donna was watching and Harvey was watching, because the minute it passed, she sent an email to Ruth to set up visitation. The minute it passed, it's right in Ruth's book. She got an email as soon as it passed for visitation. Isn't that it's just disgusting.
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled up.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
Let's hope, Stephen. Let's
My
hope.
attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
I know, right? It's amazing.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your
Dan was
mother.
ready
That's the
there.
one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir.
Oh, I said that. That's right.
What did she think? Does anybody else think this way, that she thought maybe early on in this divorce, if she annoyed him so much he would just let her leave with the kids. He'd just throw his hands up and walk. Because it's kind of like what I'm getting from her filings, her motion filings, is she was just needling. Like, at what point in your marriage did you realize this man was not a deadbeat husband or a deadbeat dad? Did she really think, I honestly think she thought she could do that. Needle him so much that he would just throw his hands up in the air. I was with a narcissist manipulator for 5 years. I see you for what you are, Wendi. Absolutely. And I think that's what drove me to do this, is because I also lived with a narcissist, sociopath. That's not just words. He's been diagnosed now. And that's why she bugs me so much, and I get so heated, because I can see it. I don't think Danny was no, he wasn't. And that's what I mean. Like, she's so in there in her own little world. I wonder if it looks like little flowers and butterflies floating around her all day, like Wendy's world.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450.
Actually, we all could tell her what page these are on.
Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation.
Oh, I can't wait for
Is that
George
what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
Sky, do you think Wendi sold or destroyed the Holocaust diamond? Is it in a safety deposit box or flushed down the toilet? Well, I don't think she would flush it down the toilet. Oh my God, definitely going to HE double hockey sticks over that if she did. Safety deposit box, not too sure, but we do know that she cleared the hers and Dan's safety deposit box 2 weeks before she filed for divorce. And I would say that ring was in there. I would definitely say it. Can you imagine if she sold it though? Honestly, I don't think she would have. I don't understand why it's not returned. I honestly don't understand. She knows it makes her look bad. Return the damn ring. Like, Jesus. Yes, everyone, please hit that like and subscribe button. Let's see if we can get to 900 in this live. Wouldn't that be awesome? Yeah, I would say, Winona, she's holding on it, but do you guys not agree that it makes her look really bad? Like, her changing the kids' names, her moving to South Florida right after the next day, between 12 at night till in the morning. And we know that because Ruth says it. The Holocaust ring. Like, these are three major things that make her look so bad. Like, I don't get it.
I don't believe there was any ruling on
And
this.
that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people.
Go, Georgia.
Your mom,
Go, Georgia.
Jeffrey Lacasse, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I filed it. I sent it to people
Thank
in
you, Barb.
July when Danny
You
was killed.
sent it, I'm sorry, you sent it a couple days later.
I sent
That email to 12 different people.
in March.
Exactly.
Yes.
In the batten of the eye.
Gentlemen, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of three, so I have two older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
Yep.
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time.
I know, right.
I was in Tallahassee. He was in South.
So I had to stop it. I'm sorry, guys. That red dress is to a bar mitzvah. I would assume that's very inappropriate, for one. There is a video out in the interwebs, but Ruth has asked everyone not to post it. So I will not. I was going to, and then I found where Ruth has asked everybody to take that down. So I will not post it, but it is out there if you want to see it. It's completely disgusting how she talks about Dan. It's disgusting, but it is out there. I would put it up for you guys, but I won't disrespect Ruth that way. So it won't be going up, but it is out there. And the doe eyes and then the little flutter. I don't even know how she does that. Hi, Bruce. Yeah, the red bathrobe basically is what it looks like. You're right. Hi, Karen. It's a disgusting video. Yeah, she wanted and she played and her voice was cracking and I'm like, oh, grow up. Yeah, 100%. We have to respect Ruth. And even though we say things on here or whatever, it's purely to keep the pressure on to get Turnpike Wendi arrested. Get her behind bars. This is justice for Dan, but I also say it's justice for those two boys. Hi, DJ. She doesn't care as much as she protests. She continues to do things that are shady, keeping the ring. Honestly, give the damn ring back. Like the Martels, I don't like, she could sit there and say, well, I'm keeping it for my boys. Ruth has already stated that ring will go to the oldest boy. That's right. Let's go get Wendi. Georgia's the boss. 100%. It looks like a little satin house coat is what it looks like. Oh, can you imagine? Fantasize about body cam of Wendi getting arrested. She'll surely say, no, you can't do this. I cannot wait. She's practiced it. She probably looks in the mirror constant. Those boys are going to be really messed up when they get older. I believe, yes. And like I said, they're going to have a huge mountain to climb. But I'm a firm believer that their dad is going to be walking beside them every step of the way up that mountain. You're right, Brian. It looks like lingerie. It's unbelievable.
Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
Sorry, guys. Here's another point. Every time she gets asked questions about Dan, she always leaves it on a negative. So it's like the jury, that's what she wants the jury to remember. But listen to this. When she's talking about Charlie, she never once leaves it on a negative. She always is right positive, how good he is, all this. But Dan, she always leaves it on a negative.
Cash.
I know, I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he...
Like, listen to this, guys. This is in DJ, yeah. She's probably saying that they've been wrongfully convicted. Listen to this. This annoys me every time.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid. Yeah.
What about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Not particularly.
Is it fair to
What is she
say that
whining
during
for?
the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan?
She watched Caillou too long as a child. They should have never let her watch Caillou. She's nothing but a damn whiner.
And Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to
I bet you.
your law
agree.
enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15.
Oh, her voice hurts my head.
Cindy, I'm going to tab one. Start this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25.
I wouldn't doubt she didn't have a hand in the washing.
you find it?
Yes.
Quote, it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was
Right.
cheaper to get you this TV. Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made. Yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was
Was
to
your
kill
joke.
Dan Markel, right? That was the joke,
That was the joke that he made in poor taste. Yes.
not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
You repeated your
Okay.
joke, liar.
Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
I didn't
Well,
have
you
to,
repeated
but I
the
knew
joke,
who it
didn't
was.
you?
He repeated the joke
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
to other people.
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse
Go,
that
Georgia.
your brother
Go,
got you
Georgia.
that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV. Yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother
Yeah,
really had
absolutely.
looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes,
No,
sorry, I should have
Santa
clarified
Claus.
that.
You dropped it off on the
And
door.
was the TV that your
Oh.
brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Phil.
Yes.
Good job.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your
His face shows
TV
it
repair
too.
appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the
Mhm.
contract would have been under her
Your
name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No,
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
You do.
Was that a
One moment was
So I'm going to stop it there at that celebratory dinner. There's whispers out there that he was talking about getting arrested and all this stuff, or something about Sigfredo Garcia, and that's what made her get sick at the table. That they were having a conversation about the stories, and that's what made her get sick. I haven't been able to confirm any of that, but that's what was said to me, but I have no way of confirming it. But it would make sense if he was talking to her at that dinner about, getting caught or any of this. Maybe that is what made her sick. The only other thing I can come up with is that he was describing to her what maybe Sigfredo described to Katie. Sorry, my voice cracked there. Puberty. Darn thing. Charlie's 5 heads, because that's one more than a forehead. Yeah. He's got a big forehead. Hang in there, Hugh Hefner. You can do it. These are the hardest days. I still Jones for smoke occasionally, but I remember how hard I am. That's amazing, Hugh. Way to go. Way to go. And then I threw my cigarettes out 4 days ago. Couldn't smoke even if I wanted to. Keep it up. Great job. I know. There's no difference. Well, I guess one is just more violent, maybe. Okay, Hugh. Yeah, I would think one's just more aggressive than the other. Oh, probably. And she's probably looking at probably the maitre d' or whatever come over, because they're not going to a restaurant where there's no maitre d'. And he probably came over, and there she is, all, foam at the mouth, which is normal, and batting her fake blue eyes at the maitre d'. Could have been like a dog, and no, no, Rochelle, filter.
Yes, sir.
Hearsay. Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No,
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
she did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you
I
meet
wrote
Whitney
stories
Kick?
about the traffic
did.
ones.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014.
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder.
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data.
I'm trying to take a screenshot of
Yes.
this photo because I'd
Is
like
there
to
an
put
accurate
that
copy of that
Charlie's
photograph?
credit card on
Yes.
that blanket.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
No objection.
6:35 is it?
Permission to publish.
You're right, Patricia.
Publish 35.
I think Katie and her were closer than we think. Honestly, I do.
Can you hold it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
How long had
wanna
Ms.
see the
Magbanua
credit
been
card
dating your
that
brother
is.
at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times.
Oh, sorry about
Once
that,
at the
Beverly.
dinner when I met her, and
Welcome.
once at the beach for an hour.
Was the
That's
relationship
bad.
between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
Absolutely, she got used.
I don't know.
but
I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious?
I have to say this. Katie 100% got used, and we can't dismiss that. But what kind of human being says, yeah, I'll go get my ex, when she states in her proffer that she always tried to keep Sigfredo out of trouble? But here she's going to Sigfredo saying, hey, we're going to make some money. You go kill this person. She got used. But she got used because she was gold digging. That's my opinion. People can be mad at me for that opinion. But she saw the dollar. She saw the shiny stuff that Charlie had and the freedom of that money and stuff like that. Money's not everything. Your morals, your soul is worth more than money. Death becomes her eyes colored contact lens falls out. Oh God, that's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Can you imagine her trial, what she's going to look like? You have to wonder how Charlie felt when he saw her at the cop shop. So she's just, I would have loved to sit there and just, well, you can see certain things that he did not know. You can see his face change. She did. She saw the money and listen, there's a bunch of us in this chat right now that have lived in a narcissistic relationship and all of that. You feel like you've lost who you are 100%. You're drained. You just got nothing more to give. But you still hold on to your morals. Katie didn't get used. Katie got greedy for stapled money. See, exactly. I think he's seen somebody that was weak and he preyed on it. And we are where we are now because of Katie. Who knows if somebody else, do you think June Uchinda would have fell for it? Do you think she would have found somebody for him? Because he wasn't doing it himself. He's a coward. Do you think Wendy realizes she always has her mouth open? I'm hoping her lawyer says something. Like she's like a Venus flytrap. Yeah. No, that's a fair opinion. Katie has taken responsibility for her own actions. Yeah, she has to. In one of the phone calls with Donna, he says something like he just wanted to shove her or push her, something. Yeah. Like, and nobody can say he wouldn't get violent because, as much as June Uchinda, and this girl bugs me completely too, but she does say he shoved and pushed her. Katie is the worst of the bunch. She's ruthless. She didn't even she had a chance to go home to her babies. She had a chance. And she put two men in front of her children. She's not innocent at all. And but wait, we're calling her Katie, but what is it, guys? Special K. Remember? That's her prison name, Special K. She was gold digging, but she made a choice. Hey, Cliff. She is not forced into the middle. No, she wasn't forced in it. She made the choice. She saw the money. This chat is great. You guys all get it. We are the Wendys. Oh boy. You sent the call out, Sky. Here they come. Princess June Uchinda doesn't hang out with Latin King thugs. No. So she wouldn't have. And you had Whitney Kick. We don't hear much about her. He found somebody that was completely in for the money. Hi, Diana. Eye for an eye is so very kosher. Yeah, she was a grifter, exactly. Hi, Or. Good evening, everyone. Okay, we'll get back to it. I'm sorry, I just had to say that because she is not innocent at all. Did Katie and Charlie have communications after Sigfredo got arrested? No, but she did. Her lawyer, Sigfredo's first lawyer, spoke to Katie's lawyer, and that's all going to come out in Donna's trial. Those lawyers are there. they're going to, I know Katie, when Katie went to jail, she had a 3-way with Sigfredo's mom and Sigfredo. Oh, I cannot wait to see the domestic coordinator. Sorry, I don't mean to butcher anybody's New York accent. I'm Canadian, remember?
Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
I know.
All right.
Oh.
So you mentioned.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt again. Did everybody hear that jury selection is moved up a day? It's September 16th. They're going to start jury selection. So that means those 16th, 17th jury selection. And pardon me, let me just pull up my calendar here. Trial should start on the 18th of September. Because it was just said yesterday or today that it got moved up. Jury selections on the 16th starting date. It was the 17th.
And you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which
Don't
one that
come in
is?
the
She's not in
way.
the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay. And would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
I think there's money for the kids there. 100%.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your
Hi, Mom.
brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
Yep.
No,
You testified in Catherine Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted
She was convicted, yes.
of murder,
Yes, of murder.
of murdering Dan Markel,
Of murdering
The
my children's
crime?
father, yes.
a crime for which she
His
apparently
name.
is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Hello,
Well, I
everyone.
learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending,
Go
In
Georgia.
all of the years this has been
Georgia,
pending,
your
I have-
brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Love Georgia.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanua was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm
What is she
guessing
looking at?
administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No,
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was
Exactly,
planning
yes.
to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they
They
knew
paid
that.
for the rental car. That was it.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early
But a
July,
very
so I would
fair-
have gone down
very fair
to
trip.
celebrate his birthday,
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
She doesn't
Yes.
like this question.
We celebrated my
protecting
dad's
her
birthday, the
throat.
whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magbanua on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
Ready, everybody?
And was Catherine Magbanua at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Mchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
It does.
Don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday, if it was,
It is.
I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay. Tell me about the event. Who, you said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
Ready?
We had paella.
Yeah. Oh. That she gets so excited in every trial when she says paella. She's like, we had paella. It's like, I finally remembered a word in my script and I'm going to be excited to say it. Jesus, I like paella, but I have not been able to eat paella since her. She wrecked it for me. Hi. Yeah, Niagara Falls is beautiful. Just in time for paella. You just got in for paella. Yeah. Kosher style paella. I highly doubt that one. But horrible. Sorry, guys, I had to say it.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and
I'm so
no one else
smart.
could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
Oh, same here, you.
Did
I can't
you?
wait.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least.
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember
Probably
what
not.
anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about Dad's
She'd make
birthday,
a great bobblehead
was that one
doll.
of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
Oh, boy.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Oh, he deserves.
Any further discussion about?
So, Beverly, think of this. They're bringing him down to Tallahassee next month. And I don't know. I don't see, something's weird because they've got in the transport list for Lewis that they're bringing him in September and they're not transferring him back till November. That's what unless it changes, but that's what the transfer list says. Why? It makes me think that he may be going back on stand for maybe, I don't know. It's got to be something. Why would they keep him that long? But then Charlie's going to come to Tallahassee. He's going to get to see his love of Florida. Well, no, he's not really going to get to see it, is he? But he's going to get that nice warm air, even though it's more northern. And then he's going right back to South Dakota. See ya.
About bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
I know, right?
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude
think
your
so.
mom from having contact with the kids?
No,
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with
I know,
me if I
right?
told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No,
Why not?
because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you like this thing can't be repaired or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new
Didn't
TV
give
would
an
be.
estimate.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed
It's
really
heartbreaking.
upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being.
You
Oh, yes,
script.
I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so,
so-
nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Wendy don't know it.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the
Yep.
murder?
No,
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
no.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So
Exactly.
I don't think I would have
Hi,
seen him at
Christy.
my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence.
I think that would be very unlikely.
Sorry, guys. The TV repairman did not give her a quote, said it could not be fixed, said she was on the phone texting someone while she was there. And then that was it. He said she to buy a new TV. He said he would contact her once and give her a call the next day, see if she's made a decision. Like, Jeffrey had already said that she had another TV in the house. There was nothing special about this TV. It was like a TV you'd find in a dorm room. He offered to jump in his car, go to Best Buy, and get her another one. And she said no. Like, all these lies are going to catch up to her. So I must have missed something. Okay. The nose squint, head tilt, and mouth open is such contrived, manipulated body language. She's so full of, oh, absolutely. Like, it's like she touched something really gross. Like the Adelsons would make this much fuss over. And a TV that belongs in a dorm room. Like, I can't get it. She does. And she'll start talking with her hands when she really wants you to believe what she's saying. I want Jeff to buy me a TV. I hope the Geek Squad guy testifies in the trial. I know he did a written statement. An estimate for something that can't be repaired. Yeah, there was none. There was no estimate. It was said it can't be fixed. Jeff deserves the world. 100%. I am rooting for Jeff 100%. You got it. TV repair code for Hitman and murder. That's it. Why do you think Charlie didn't buy her a good TV? Just a crappy little TV. They're not smart people. They truly are not. They are educated, sure, we'll give them that, but they are the dumbest educated people I've ever seen in my life.
We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not
It's numbered.
4 days before the murder?
Code for numbers.
No.
All right, so end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June,
Mm-hmm.
at which point
We had
a big argument, and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but
Smart.
there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night
Yeah,
and telling
you're right.
him I wanted to have some space.
Okay, so 4 days before the murder.
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right, and that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space, yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while,
haven't
and
seen
I was
titles
working
in
on
the chat, Mom.
some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would
And it
often
looks
meet
good on
on
her.
Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right, so what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay, and did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with,
There was tape.
yeah, and an officer was there?
I
with
didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
a law enforcement marked
Mhm.
vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
She went overload on the hand gestures there. Overload. And just catch up. Yes, Innuendo is killing it tonight. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, we're getting ready we're gearing up for Donna. Welcome, Tad. Thank you for coming in. Can everybody hit that like and subscribe button? It's really growing. This channel's doing great, and it's all because of you guys, so I greatly appreciate it. Hi, Jane. Wendy cannot see the word murder. No. How does she not think they have the evidence to prove she was on the crime scene? Why does she keep doing it? It makes no sense. She would be better off saying Yes, I drove down. I had a message from Danny. I was in this area. I thought I'd stop in quick so we could have the discussion about our son's school and go on my way. She would have been better off admitting to being there than to keep lying about it. Stupid. Yep. K-turn. I don't even call it a 3-point turn. And I'm like, okay, got to do a K-turn. It's a 3-point turn. It's crazy. She's insane. Yeah, she's constantly lying. Wendi knew the fallout this murder was going to cause against her family. I'm starting to think she's enjoying the spotlight. I think she's enjoying the spotlight. I think she's just counting down the minutes till all of them are gone and she has full control of the money. That's what I think. She constantly, when she's really lying, those hands go a-flying. She hasn't visited Donna, and from the last bit of phone call record, she hasn't called her mom either. Hey, Paul, welcome. Yeah, she's living her best life. She is, with her millionaire boyfriend, with his millionaire jet. Oh, I guarantee it. Wendi's testimony here is an encyclopedia of deception, lying, stalling, stonewalling, changing the subject, getting defensive, pretending that she doesn't understand questions. Absolutely. Like, she's running the gamut there. It's unbelievable. Please let's stop acting like she's out here living her best life. She's essentially a recluse. Well, we welcome everybody's opinion here. I'm just going to state this. And when I see somebody that's walking on a beach, you know, the day her brother gets convicted, she's out walking. There's photographic evidence of it. You know, she's flying around in her boyfriend's millionaire jet. This woman's living her best life, and I appreciate your opinion, but I'm telling you right now, my opinion is she's living it up. I think Charlie may turn on Wendi. I really do. I don't think he has any, but he may turn, but he's not getting nothing from it. I can't imagine Georgia giving him anything unless she absolutely needs him. Who's looking after Harvey? June? I don't know. He might have went to Austin with her. Who knows? Good job on your poem. Did I miss a poem? It must be miserable. I would say in her, it's miserable, but she is still living her life. Charlie needs to turn on Wendi, but what will he get? I don't think he'd get anything unless Georgia absolutely needs his testimony. She relied on her parents to take care of those kids. Yeah, but now she's got that millionaire boyfriend. She's got nannies. I don't think the plan was for her to lose her family. She threw them all under the bus pretty quick in that first interview. Every single one of them. Hi, Kristen. Okay, I'm following behind here. The owl t-shirt spoke volumes. Yes, it did. Absolutely. When the rest of them are doing life sentence, when he goes to the Adelson Bank and finds Rashi standing there. Yeah, he's got the keys to the safety deposit box, Rashi does. Yeah. Hi, Michelle. Welcome. Yeah. I don't want to say his name because It's like George, but it's Spanish. That's how I'll say it. Yeah, and he's got a plane, which he calls millionaire. He's got a big lot of land just north of Tallahassee, I believe. Yeah, she's doing all right. Miss Turnpike is doing all right. Her mama would be proud of this catch she's got. Let me tell you. Harvey's still at the airport. Yeah, he's Tom Hanks in it right now. He can't get out. You can hear Wendy's resentment towards her family in her book. Police interview, she's especially resents Donna. Absolutely. 100% Lou. Hi, Deborah. That's okay, Deborah. Is there proof they're even still together? If I was him, I'd be gone. 100%. Audience looks like the Hulk. Green face. Oh, that's the mask. Yeah. She was quick to throw them under the bus. She absolutely was. I think her full mastermind plan was to let everybody else go down but her. Yeah, stuck in the airport. And yes, the owl shirt was obviously strange. Yep, it was. Right, I'm going to get back to it. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to catch up on the chat.
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny,
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed, I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but
Did you attempt to call Dan Martel when you encountered the roadblock?
no, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we
Sure
left
you were.
voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
Right. The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
Yes, but DJ, the karma is, I think it was a month or so after Dan was murdered and all that, a tree did actually fall on the roof and she had to pay to have it fixed. A tree truly did fall a month after. Tell me that's not Dan saying, "Here you go, biatch," and puts a tree down on the roof. It's the way I look at it. Wendi faked laryngitis and avoided Danny's calls for days. If not, she said for a week. She said she couldn't talk for a week. And then she was supposed to talk. Remember when she was going to go into the store and she saw him there and instantly hightailed it to a different store, took the kids for burgers instead because she knew Danny would speak to her and she'd be able to speak. Complete liar. Unfortunately, I think she succeeded. Hi, Courtney. I feel like they didn't have enough evidence to arrest her by now. See, and my opinion is George is going after them one by one. She's the prize. She's the cherry on top. I think George is just biting at it to get to her. I bet she tried to sue the tree for negligence. Can you imagine? Oh, not from an electronical storm, a tropical storm, yeah. Well, no, exactly, right? But it's just funny that a tree actually, after she keeps going on about trees, actually did fall. Yeah, beautiful karma. I think she knew that her family was planning, but she told them ahead of time, doesn't want to be involved in any way. I think she's the one that got everybody in the ball rolling. I think she's the mastermind. You can't tell me some people are going to kill your kid's father and you're going to not know about it and you're going to say, well, I just don't want to know about it. No, she set this up. She's the evil mastermind. Was that the week she told Jeff to stay away? Yeah, that she had laryngitis. Courtney, hopefully she'll be taken into custody after testifies. Wouldn't that be nice? Right outside that door, Sanford's waiting for her. Her voice was fine for Jane, though. Yeah, she went on that long walk with Jane. I'm glad I'm not the only one who can see Wendi for what she is. People like her drive me nuts. Yeah, she's evil. Absolutely. Academy Award actress, just like Mummy Monster said she was. Yeah, well, she's an actress, all right. I don't know if she's Academy Award winning actress, that's for sure. Maybe, what do they call what is it called? I can't remember the name of it. You might be right. The dominoes fall at one at a time. Yeah, I think she's the cherry on top for Donna. Wow, Dan and the tree falling. Yep. Hey, didn't Donna say he was haunting them? There you go. She knew, she planned it. Yes, I 100% agree you. She was the yep, she was. That tree was tardy a month late. Yeah, exactly. She predicted it. That's why she stopped there. She predicted that a tree was going to fall. Oh, she's so smart. Why don't we see this? Why can't we see this in her? Jeff can testify that she could talk. Yeah. Well, he did testify. They were talking at yoga when she left because she wanted to make sure he was leaving town. There's so much circumstantial evidence to convict her. Who tipped off Charlie to tell Meg Vanderbilt that it was done? She did. Guaranteed. I think she told her family it would be cheaper and long term if they hired a hitman. I agree, Deborah. I think she's a mastermind too, 100%. I think Donna was the motivation. Charlie and Katie were the masterminds, but Wendi was the catalyst. Yeah, Wendi. So it's like a pyramid, right? So I've got Wendi, Harvey, and Donna. Then it goes Charlie, Meg Benoit, Sigfredo. I 100% believe that she is the mastermind, and I don't know. Dawn is the planner and the action taker. Wendy's the manipulative, sneaking, individual poison. Yes. Hey, Lynn, welcome back. It was her that knew exactly when Dan was going away. Exactly. Hi, Carol. Sorry I didn't see you. What was in the ditch that the dope retrieved? I'm not too sure. Yeah. The tree fell after the murder, before trial. It's funny. I'm not sure what you're talking about with hidden in the ditch. She gets the raspberry. Thank you, Hugh. That's what I was thinking about. Scary to think if Dan's neighbor didn't see the purist and hear the shorts, they could possibly gotten away with this. I 100%. And you can hear her in the interview saying to Sarah, the victim advocate, did somebody call the cops? You can hear her saying it. Because I guarantee this witch wanted to find him that way. She wanted to see him that way. She wanted to see her handiwork. And she wanted to make sure he was gone. If she got there, guaranteed, if she could think, if he looked like he was still breathing, she would not have called. Jeff seemed to figure it all out. Robert, too, to a degree. Yeah, Jeff was right on it. And what makes me mad, and I know Isom put a lot of work into this, and I know he done a great job after Wendi and after Jeff. If he would have listened to Jeff, if he would have paid him more attention and listened to his words more, it might have taken not as long. Dan was going to get custody of his kids and reveal Wendi as a liar and get her law license taken away. She had to get him killed. I 100% believe that. Absolutely. What do we got here? Okay, sorry, guys. Like I said, we end up chatting here.
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would
Be
be.
right back, guys.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Just take a moment to review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So It would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
no.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No, that
timing?
sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All
And
right.
so it was,
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to?
I tell you, sorry guys. Anyway, quick rundown. Her hand gestures run me crazy, drive me up the wall. Can you imagine the dump of evidence that's going to come out for Wendy's trial? The WhatsApp, she was talking to a friend in England. She said it in her own words that she uses WhatsApp when she's talking to people overseas. Again, this darn mic, I tell you. Beverly, me too. I was hooked from the Lori Vallow trial, then got hooked on this one. This one, like I've said, this one means a lot to me because it shut my brain off, which was good because I needed it. Muted, crime, mic check. Like, and I will say about how she was dressed that day. Do we honestly think Wendi would have went to dinner, to lunch, with a bunch of girls where she was going to look like a slob? Mm-mm. She was so packed busy that day. She made sure every second there was somebody that could report about that second. She was just all over the place. Where she was going to go to lunch looking like a slob. I doubt it. I think she wanted to go find Dan in that way. Disgusting. And not wreck her good clothes, let's say. Yep. She was frantic that day. She was ridiculous. But she's also lied that will void her immunity. And every time Georgia says something, as soon as she lies, she stops and moves on to something else. Now audio's gone. Can you guys not hear me? Or am I that far behind? It's very possible she hoped to find Dan. I believe it because, and it just, for me, it got cemented as a possibility when she said to Sarah in the interview room, did somebody call the police? Or did Dan call the police? Okay, thank you. Wendi has partially immunity. Yeah. If she does, all bets are off, and I think she's lied on the stand multiple times. Absolutely. Georgia's got her right where she wants her. Yeah, use and derivative immunity, but she can still, once she perjures herself, that's it. Thank you, X. No, the teacher he talked to called the police. Yeah, and Mr. Geiger called the police. I guarantee they're holding all those WhatsApps back. She would have been dressed to the nines. Absolutely, Hugh. 100%. There's no way she's going to go around a bunch of girls and look dumpy when she needs to be the center of attention. It's just not going to happen. Yep. Geiger also called 911. Can you imagine what he has to live with now? Unbelievable. Okay, I'll get back to it. Caught back
Speak
up.
with you, and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
I'm sorry, I have to stop it again because of this comment, Sky. In Ruth's book, she was on the phone with him till this call. Can you just imagine if Dan didn't have to take that call? It would have been Ruth on that phone. It would have been his mom on that phone. That is heartbreaking. That could have been Ruth on that phone. Yeah, she asked it. Just like, yeah, she was on the phone. He said, "Ma," because he called her Ma. "Ma, I got to take this call." Hung up with her, answered the call, and with not even a minute of hanging up with his mom. I can't even imagine if Ruth had to witness that. She actually says in her book, and it's quite sad, where she says, "I'm grateful I wasn't on the phone, because it would have been like I was sitting in the passenger seat of his car and unable to help him." It's so heartbreaking. Like, I know, yep, the neighbor did call the police. She would have been dressed to the nines. She would have made sure she looked better than every girl she was going to dinner with. Oh, it's a great book, isn't it, Lou? It's amazing. No doubt Wendi would have enjoyed that more if Ruth had been on the phone. Really, you're right. You no longer read, you audio. I have both. I love books so much, though. There is a clincher with immunity. I forget the facts exactly. Need to look it up again. I'm pretty sure that, but really, Georgia hasn't lost anything with Wendi. She's only asking her questions she knows the answer to already. Like, she's not asking her anything she doesn't already know.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's
I don't
murder, there
think
was a
anyone-
lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mhm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they
Wasn't-
wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the
It'll always
press
be
just
It
as
was
much
not in
as
the press.
Markel?
That.
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids'
No
names
arrest.
on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
Just evil. That was evil.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
She told me what to say today.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Yes.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe
Don't
not
say
know the
everyone.
details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today,
Right?
but at the time, no.
Okay.
She was afraid she was going to get arrested.
Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
Please.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions
Upon
you raised in the
kindness,
law
God,
enforcement
my
interview
friend.
that your brother might have done it.
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
Go,
I
Georgia.
suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Terrified out of my
Right.
mind, my
And one of the
ass.
possible ideas was that your brother could
Go,
have
Georgia.
murdered your child's father.
I didn't really
right?
believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
It's a secret interview.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted.
If there isn't any truer words spoken by Wendi Adelson, if I hadn't have divorced him, he'd still be alive. You're right, bitch. He would have been. Because you wouldn't have got your family to murder him. Oh, she does my head in. Like, she gives these half-truths. Like, right there. Oh, I thought, well, if I hadn't divorced him, maybe he'd still be alive. Maybe if I didn't complain to the wrong people, he'd still be alive. She's telling us what she done, but she's making it out to be like, oh, if I was there, oh, I can't stand her.
To hurt him.
But you didn't say
Sorry about my
any
rant.
of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
Don't cross a left-handed lawyer. This is a good part. Sometimes I can't hold back. I'm sorry, guys.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Need a copy?
No.
Oh, look at the smirk. See, I'm innocent because my sister said so. She threw you under the bus, retard.
Page 25.
Sorry,
line
that was rude.
5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or
Can
whether
you
I should get a
imagine?
new one. And it was always his joke that he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it.
Do you feel those bus wheels going over you there, Chuckles? Can you feel it driving over top of you right now?
But can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you what good does it serve, you say, I mean,
Oh,
my
Lord.
brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's
Oh.
your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Mic drop.
Judge, maybe do a sidebar quick?
Yeah, because you're quivering, aren't you there, Ratchet? You're quivering. Welcome, Penny. No, she's not getting out of this. So I'm just going to put my observation of Rash's testimony or cross here. He's doing nothing but rehabilitating Wendi. Nothing but rehabilitating her. He had Katie up there Katie was calling out Charlie, and he went at her, just right at her. You got Wendi that threw him under the bus, that basically put him in the spotlight, and he does nothing but rehabilitate her testimony with Georgia. It's disgusting to watch. Let's see, we'll go here. She is a boss, that's for sure. Different now, isn't it? No further questions. Gotta love Georgia. And he'll get out of it. I think she will leave the courtroom under a different name. I think she goes out that door, and Sanford's waiting for her, and she's going to get a new pair of shiny bracelets and a new uniform. Deborah Lou, I don't know anyone that's lefty and righty. Interesting. Okay, sidebar it is. Now we get to watch Rash do his Adelson dance. I bet you she's a big Halloween costume. I think every little girl out there needs to watch Georgia. I think she's a strong woman. 100%. You're going as a domestic coordinator. Wendy is aged out as far as Charlie is concerned. Absolutely. Just makes me sick that she knows what he was doing when he was on his travels. It's gross. This is great part. Let's just take Wendi in here. What is she doing? What is she doing? Her deep breathing calmed down because Georgia just set her on fire. Is she meditating? Wendi, wake up. It's not a nightmare. It's your life, dear. It's unbelievable when I've seen her do this. And she's making sure, but look how she's angled. She's making sure the jury sees her doing this. I don't get it. Look at the brother and the sister.
You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, geez, Hugh. Oh, my God. She makes me snark. Oh, my Lord. She does. She sets me on fire. I want interactive TV where you can just do a
Good
motion
afternoon.
and smack them in the head.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those three killers, including Katie Magbanawa. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Yep, exactly.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit.
Oh, dear God, do we have to, Rash?
I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done.
Please, thank you.
Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Please
Yes.
hit that like button.
Fair to
Subscribe
say they
button.
were middle class.
Yes,
You went to a public high school.
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
Oh, we're 4 away from 900 people.
You still went to a
Come on,
prestigious
we can
college
do
up in
it.
Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Virgin valedictorian. Oh,
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce
Yep.
law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
hi, Jill. Welcome.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
And that's all you got to do right there, people. Ask me to pause, and I do. Pause to discuss Rashi's slip of the tongue, the murder of your brother. I mean, the murder that your brother arranged. I mean, yeah, so I'll go back to that. Let's just go back to here. It should be right about there.
Brother of your ex-husband.
Absolutely not.
Now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you,
I went back a little
along
bit
with your
further,
brother,
so we can stop it right there.
along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those three killers, including Katie Magbanawa. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say.
Really? Like, what do you guys think of that slip? Like, what is your guys' opinion on that slip? Like, I think that did you have anything to do with your brother in the murder? That's what but I don't know. It's up to you. What do you guys think of that slip? So just because Rash does slip a lot, he does say a lot of things that are just not, but yeah. Rash knows Charlie's guilty of sin. as well. He knows it. This is just a cash cow for him, because I couldn't imagine any lawyer that burned as bad as he did with Charlie go ahead and take on another Adelson in the exact same case. Freudian slip. He knows it is Wendy's fault. Charlie would go to jail for life. I agree. I think the jury notices fumbles. I think the jury hated him. Like, how I have a hard time watching him because I want to go to sleep. He is worse than watching paint dry or watching a pot of water boil. Like, it's horrible. The murder your brother was involved in. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant to say. This is Shakespearean tragedy. Yes. Dark side of your mom. Yeah, it's... And I will point out, and I just want everybody to watch for this, because he put in a motion that at the electron, he can't see the jury that well. Watch all the time that he's looking at the jury. When he was sitting in his seat, he said he couldn't see the jury that well. You can see him staring at the jury a lot of times. He's constantly side-eyeing the jury when he's up at the electron. Like, this guy is foolish. He's some kind of foolish, let me say. Like, he can't work electronics anyway, so why is he worried about it? That guy's got Morse now. Morse can take care of the electronics. What I want to know, and seeing this on Jay's channel, is why he's setting a to defend her. This is not her trial. Exactly. He's correcting all her mistakes that she made when she was speaking to Georgia. He's defending Donna here. He's not defending Charlie. He's defending Donna. Rash's general presentation is scattered, uneven, and erratic. And yes, he is very boring. Absolutely, Tad. Like, ugh. Charlie was convicted in like 3 hours. The jury was not persuaded because he's completely unlikable. His closing argument was horrible. It was dreadful. And I thought, is this ever going to end? Like, even if they wanted to let Charlie off, they probably convicted him because Rash bored the crap out of them. I think Rashi is not so good at this. He can't really control his thoughts. No, but remember he told Charlie, I'm a closer. Sure you are. 8. Woohoo! Thank you, guys. One away. Who is that one that wants to be the 900th? Come on, we can do it. Rashi slips later, says something about picking up a body. Yes, he does. I remember that, Bob. Thank you for pointing that out. A lot of Freudian slips here, but I think it's because he's honestly trying to defend Donna. You know, his pseudo mother, crash bomb, but they have no other option. It's crazy. Yeah, he's doing everything Donna wants him to do. Absolutely. So here's the thing. I'm gonna put this out there. I'd like your guys' opinion. Everybody's thinking that Morris is going to take the lead in Donna's trial. I absolutely believe that is not going to happen. There is no way Donna Adelson is going to trust anybody else but Rashbaum. Foolish as it might be, stupid as it might be, I think Morse does the opening, and I think Rashi does the closing, but I don't see they letting anybody else but Rash do most of it. I'm always suspicious when someone answers no when they absolutely be for it. Exactly. Absolutely no. Why you got to emphasize a no? It's no is no. Like, but these people can't give a straight answer if they tried. They wouldn't know what it would be. Did anyone see him on STS channel? Yes. Wasn't that something? How his just the love that was pouring out for Donna. He is foolish, but he's rich, foolish now. Yeah, it's to him, it's a cash. They're an ATM. They just keep feeding them. And he knows it's going to end because he knows she's not going to get him. I like when Rashi stands up. He is no taller than when sitting. Yeah. We should all get him a step stool. Rash Barman is excited about his payday. 100%. Rash's cross of Jeff Lacasse was embarrassing. It's in here. It's in this one. I'll get back to it. I'll get back to it right now. I think it's in this one.
Say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done.
Me too.
Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Right?
Now, you got to ask a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you
don't think so.
specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate every single one of you that have liked and subscribed. And I'm sorry I stopped it, but it's very important for me to say thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
It's very exciting.
Now, remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
Can I borrow that binder?
Oh. Exactly right. That's what I said. I wonder how she got those degrees.
I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187.
She got a free ride somewhere.
And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family, At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage. And she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not.
That'd be funny.
The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Was he not right?
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing
Mr. Bear?
something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty
mucking.
quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing
Absolutely.
him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
Were they buddies?
no,
They really had nothing in common, right?
no, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did. Yeah.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had
know
two
all
children.
this.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
He's a, I got to think about that.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back.
Oh, of course.
Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in
Horrible
Tallahassee?
look.
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Empty
How often
eyes.
did you speak to
No
each other?
soul.
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in
Special banana
Tallahassee,
bread.
is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys.
No, this is off topic, guys, but I'm telling you, if somebody can get me her address, I would FedEx her ketchup. And for those that don't know the whole ketchup thing, not only did she clear out half of Dan's house when she left when he wasn't home, she took the ketchup out of the fridge. What reason? What reason? Anyway, I digress because the ketchup sets me off, as Hugh knows.
So definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while. So he came by then, but so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
She did, you're right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Show the
Yes.
receipts.
But you got marriage counseling, right?
We did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close
We've had it wrong this whole time. Had it wrong this whole time. That's it. All those Wendi supporters out there, you're right. They were looking to buy a house. Please.
Close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
Oh,
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
mm-hmm.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, you know,
Gross.
life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you know, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot
Oh, they're out there.
where you
Byron,
told
they're
Charlie
out there.
that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
Which is not my best quality. Yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
He's free.
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Hi, April. Welcome.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
Exactly, April. Yep. He's like Tom Hanks right now, pushing a broom.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach your honor?
You may.
Those jail calls, Charlie and his mom, every night. I listen to them every night. And there's a lot of things, like I'm telling you, the one where he starts crying, I just wanted to be a dad. Just wanted to play ball. Oh, give it up. But I will say, he cries better than Wendi does. I will give him that. But how can you sit there and say, I just wanted to be a dad when you took a dad away from two little boys? Unbelievable. I was Dan's intelligent and his big heart. I knew he would make a great father to my boys. Exactly. She didn't plan to keep him around. No, she didn't love him. And as Ruth said, Donna was mad when he left Washington, gave up that prestigious job to be a professor. She was mad about that. Harvey went to the Philippines. Charlie gave him the instructions. Honestly. Charlie talks in circles because he can't believe he's in prison. Yep. I thought I was going wacko because I always listen to him falling asleep. I thought so too, but it's the stuff that you can actually pick up in those calls is unbelievable. He was really crying. I love the part I gave my commissary away because I thought I was going home. They'll give it back. Okay, Chuckles, do you think those inmates are giving back your commissary? Sucker. Being a non-confrontational person, not my best quality, or doesn't like being made accountable. Yeah. Love you long time. Like, this guy. Not to mention Katie and Sifredo's children have no parents. That is the thing that bugs me the most about Katie. More than, oh, I can't remember. I wish you guys could just plug something to my brain and then just take it out. Come on, chick. You know what you did. You know what you did. My favorite jail call was the one where Charlie said Rashbaum said he needs to pray for a miracle. My favorite thing that Rashbaum said is he did 95% on the stand. Who grades? Oh my God. Donna has her liver spot hands and everything. Yes. It was so, because you could instantly see when her Botox wore off. Instantly. He gave his crackers away, poor guy. Yeah. And his shirts and socks. I bet Wendy's going to cry again when she is incarcerated. We might see real tears. We might just see real tears, and I hope so. Not being allowed a sweater in prison would be, yep. Pure speculation, but I wonder if Katie had a girlfriend in county jail and just didn't want to leave. Like what? I know. Like, you're 2 kids, but that makes me believe that the kids were going to benefit more her in there than her out. That's the only way. I can't imagine. And remember, she's called Special K. No, I couldn't survive. I'd be so scared. I know what color her tears are. I'm thinking like black and red. Yeah. Evil tears. Beverly up the broom. We boom boom all night long. Oh, my goodness. Katie's quite possible the dumbest person I've ever seen. And her Tara Kowalsk. Now this is going off topic, but is now the OnlyFans Courtney Clenny's lawyer. Do they not get any news update in prison? Because Courtney Clenny, you need to back away from Tara Kowalsk. She is no good. What gets me is Sigfredo told Katie to rat everyone out. Yes. There's got to be money. There's got to be. Did you hear Lacasse says the interview there was a picture or a text about Wendy kissing a student? Yep. And something's been found on her computer, right? We all know about it. Teacher, student stuff. Hi, Lee. Thank you so much. Roberta Glass does a great impression of Donna. Yeah, talking to Charlie. She does. I love Roberta Glass. Absolutely love her. Funny you say that, Tad. Katie is the dumbest person I've ever known to allegedly have a bachelor degree. Right? All these people are educated. I can't understand it. I think I finally caught up in the chat, guys. June and Chinda. There's nothing really to say about June. That's nice. So I gotta have my filter. Excellent point. We could debate that for hours. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I'll go back. Sorry. That's one. Yep. Hit that like and subscribe button, guys.
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as defense exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another
Right
location.
back, guys.
There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase.
Sorry, guys. Dog needs to go out.
They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
Just going to answer a couple of these. The girl with the long black hair, I believe she's also a YouTuber. She has a small channel like mine. And I love how Georgia smirks at him when he's trying to find documents he can't find. He's so unorganized. And Tad, I starred yours. If you're in danger of being blinded by a podium mic, you're short. Oh, God, this guy makes me laugh. Adelson's so cheap, they hired a low-priced hitman. Yeah. Mighty high education people like heels up in Yep. Robert, welcome. There's probably one or two. Oh, absolutely. Hitman murder kit from Team. I loved how Georgia would put a sarcastic comment in then say withdraw. Absolutely. Sorry, guys.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurted out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Sustained.
Yeah. Oh, they did well there.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacasse?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
Thank you, Carol. I love her wit.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds,
It was
that
truly
sounds
over his
right.
head.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
I love Georgia.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The
Sarah,
divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in
Yeah.
Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
my brother's victims.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen. And I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair
Sure.
to say?
Mhm.
And you were had a lot of responsibilities now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability.
Thank you.
Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never. No.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers. Yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay.
Oh, never.
Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there any
Exactly.
ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No. Never.
Mr. Rashbaum, we're going to let you to
Good
ask
idea,
one more question, and
James.
from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do. Yes.
Yep. You're right, Robert.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit.
He doesn't understand one question.
And this will be quick, Your Honor. I
I
promise.
was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does. Yes.
Judge, I admit defense exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections of the state?
Got a money man right now.
Oh, here you go.
Hi, Marie. It's crazy. Exactly. Hi, Rose. Welcome.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Go ahead. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without computers.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not.
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Prof's blog?
He would post it on his Prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my
We're
one
going
question.
Okay, so I'm going to get the rest because this goes into the next day. So I'm just going to get that. And I thought the one that I had up was going to do it, but it didn't. So just. Wendi is incredibly something else. This is. I don't understand what Rashbaum was trying to do there. I really don't get it. I don't understand where that got him. at all. Just doesn't make sense. Like, here we go.
Lacasse at this event
They
in
were.
August?
Yes.
Do you recall?
Sorry, guys. I'm just going to get it to where Rashi, we don't want to watch him all over again.
Mom planned a big party for the birthday. You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacasse and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacasse stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Absolutely. It's horrible.
Miss Magbanua wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Like, he took so long with Wendi.
Now, you and Mr.
Right.
Lacasse started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
Dated?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
Yeah.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacasse saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
He flew into a rage.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacasse went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
You
Tell
were
her how
scheduled
she feels,
to
Rashi.
leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacasse wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Right.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit
Tell her how
25?
she feels. I can't stand Rashbone. I just can't.
Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday
Yes.
and that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mhm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacasse on July 13th.
That sounds right.
And when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Hit that like button,
You
everyone.
saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
Not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No.
She can't Marie at all. Really? Yeah. She's unable to tell the truth.
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 5th, June 4th, 5th of
We'll
2014?
give her that, Lou.
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott,
Basically,
was
no.
your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
That's horrible. Come on, Rash. Get to it.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Let's go. That's horrible. Like, I would say he retires after the Adelsons, because anybody that watches this is not going to want to hire him. No, I agree with you 100% on that one. Yep, you would have. He's like a chicken with his head cut off. She's getting life. I can't imagine them coming back with something.
Members of the
less.
jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts
Yeah.
as having been proven.
Georgia was smirking.
However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide.
Yes.
In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday,
Staples.
July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel. Picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014. Dropped off at 9 a.m.
He
by
did that
Dan
on
Markel.
purpose.
Picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson. Picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the
Oh,
July
come on, Rash.
17, 2014 schedule.
I loved it.
On
when you
July
said that.
17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, you call dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that
I
day.
didn't. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible. The person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
Now, this is up for debate because we know that Lewis said he saw Wendi and the kids, and he said, "Who's that lady?" And Sigfredo said, "That's the woman. That's the woman. That's the kids." We also know now there was an alarm alert at Trescott. So, and Dan didn't. She got a call, a friend of Dan's got a call, and Dan got a call, and Dan canceled the alarm. Do you honestly think Dan would have canceled the alarm if he didn't know somebody that was going in the house or whatever? I think Lewis is right here. And as much as I don't want to give the man credit, I think he's right. I think she was there. I think she was there with the kids and she set the alarm off. Dan knew, so he canceled the alarm. That's just my opinion. I know it could be way out there, space cadet opinion, but that's my opinion on that one.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
He did.
Yeah,
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
probably.
Now I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markel posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his prof's blog, right?
He'd have no
Yes.
reason.
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
You would.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Prof's blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
She knows her George is coming back up. She knows it. Deep swallow there. Oh, come on, Rash. Get your files together, man. I'm going to send him a bunch of folders, color-coded. Like, Jesus.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy.
Let's go Best Buy again.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30.
Yep, they definitely are. Yeah. You lent it to Donna.
Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that
Need all the money
refresh your
from-
recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mhm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remembered that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
She
And
doesn't
in
have the
fact,
balls.
she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
Even Rashi's putting his own defendant to sleep. Yeah. They don't care what they eat.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay.
You bought rye.
It was for your friend's wedding shower that night.
They were having us stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And
Welcome back, Sam.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32.
I love my
Is this
son.
the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, he did.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
An objection.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm gonna have to check those books
State of
out,
mind.
Sam. Thank you for posting that.
With the exhibit.
I'm going to show the right-hand corner. I'm going to show the right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's disgusting, right? She don't care what those kids think.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to it.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
Nothing. He's defending Wendy and Donna right here.
Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
Don't you think his one main question would be breaking her down from what she threw them under the bus in her interview? Like the way he went at Katie, he should be going at Wendy this way. Why is he protecting Wendy? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it makes no sense why he's protecting her. Wendy can't look at Charlie because she is guilty. Yes, she can't look at him because she knows she threw him under the bus. Then he knows now she threw him under the bus. Exactly. He knew he wasn't winning this. Like, jeepers creepers.
You're not a big drinker. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
No, she
You
drank
went to that store because
every
you were
meal.
familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house.
close to my old house.
Correct her, Rash.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house.
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor,
As
you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor,
Oh.
right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best
I
sense
like
of
that,
direction,
Lou.
so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
You got
More
to Mosaic
educated
at around
mind.
1 p.m.
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to
I
speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
Exactly.
They kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
Now, you remember on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Mm.
Yes.
And then all the lies after
And
about
she
it.
asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person
We feel your
in the
pain.
interview that you
Pam.
mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
No, there's a tag. So they've hole punched and then they've got a string and it's a tag that says bullet bourbon on it. But again, this is my thing. I want to know if all those invitations had a separate tag, or was this made for Wendi by Photoshop Daddy? If all of them have that separate tag, okay. But can you imagine the price? Like I said a couple lives back, I called an invitation place in Tallahassee. I requested to have stock the bar invitations, but I wanted it to have a specific liquor on every invitation. And she says, it's just ridiculous. It's too expensive. That's not done that way. She never stated about the punch hole, whatever. I didn't know about that. I honestly think if they all didn't have that, and hers might have had something else, and Photoshop Daddy could have made one that said bullet bourbon anyway. But it still comes down to it that she spoke to this guy in the liquor store for so long, and she didn't even get the right kind. Like, it just... sorry, I didn't miss that. Yeah, too little, too late. That's not a joke about Rashi's height. Don't get thrown by the invitation. This whole stock the bar thing is a complete lie. I've said that right from unless they're gonna have that person that had that party stand and say they had that and they sent this. I don't believe there was a party because she did not have a plan for a babysitter for those two boys. You're telling me she's going to take her boys to a liquor party? I don't think so. Don't let. Didn't that person who sent the invite pass away? I think I heard that. I don't know for a fact, so I really shouldn't say. Yeah, I think it's bogus. Like, where were the kids going to go? And then she says it was the first place that popped up. That's proven wrong. In a stock the bar, everybody is assigned different liquor that way they don't stock the bar with all the same bottles of liquor. I get that, but I'm just wondering, did they assign that to her? But I just don't think there was a party. She said she was arguing with Dan. She didn't want him to take them. So where were these two little boys going to go? Wendy said kids were going to the stock the party. Yeah, I just can't imagine that. Where's the couple who had the party? Exactly. Stand up. Stand up and say something. I knew there was something. Hopefully Georgia gets on that. I think she's got all the receipts. And the part about the bourbon looked photoshopped on. Harvey has some experience with that. Exactly. He photoshopped her, you know what, in her picture that was going to go out to the media. For her trial, she probably will get her monkeys to lie for her. Oh, yeah. George will be ready for them. How we weave our own web. Absolutely. I think there might have been a party. I don't think Wendy got a sitter because she knew she wouldn't need one. Exactly. But still thought it was a funny idea to go pick up the bullet. She was going to have to celebrate. That's why. And that's why I say she picked up the rye instead of the bourbon. She's probably not a bourbon drinker. She's a rye drinker. They need this chat on the jury. Exactly. She got rye, not bourbon. Absolutely. I think she knew she wasn't going to need it. And she's a rye drinker. So why buy the bourbon when she can drink the rye? I knew what you meant, Sky. Liquor store man was so memorized by... I know. What a crock of... That is so disgusting. Harvey photoshopping his own daughter's cleavage. I know, right? It's horrible. That's what they're saying. She's in Austin. No one asks wedding guests to buy booze. I'm sorry, that's just not a thing. Where are you from, Tad? Because I'm from Canada and we don't have stock the bar parties here. It's all coming out. Could be that she's just careless and frantic, so she picked the wrong one. Yeah, but she said that she spoke to the guy and he helped her find the bourbon because she's never bought bourbon before. She doesn't buy alcohol that much. Wendy is stomping around in cowboy boots and a hat now. Turquoise contacts is all Wendy has. There was a wealthy guy in Austin who got killed by his wife, lesbian lover, Dateline. I seen that. I'm from CA. There are no stock the party parties anywhere. Supposedly, now a few people from Tallahassee on a few of the other channels have said they've been to them. So it might be a Florida thing. I wonder how many millions of people that cannot wait for Wendy, Don, and Harvey are locked up for the rest of their lives. My guess is 1 million. Absolutely. Jeff would know what Wendy his drink of choices. Yep, absolutely he would. Jeff said she prefers wine. Yeah, but when you put a hit out on your husband, you might want to hit the harder stuff. I never heard of a stock bar party, but I'm only social here in the real world. Yeah. I've never heard of it till this. Never. Notice Wendy's super lawyer sitting there always has that dumb looking frown on his face. Yep. And like you can even see her flying monkey staring at the jury there. It was my first time purchasing a 3-speed adjustable personal massager. It's possible, stock the bar. Yeah, it is possible. I'm from NYC, and a stock the bar party is a little unusual for 2 professional adults to have. Yeah, right? I'm not sure they have enough on Harvey, but they might. Like I said, I know he's guilty. I just don't know how Georgia gets there, or does she just get him on after the fact? It's possible stock the party parties could exist, but it sounds like a fraternity thing, not something a married couple. Yeah, it is. That's what exactly. And I think that's what Lou was saying too. Her flying monkey, kind of that big brute looking lady with her head turned toward the jury and blonde hair. Yeah. I can't remember her name at the moment. It's slipping my mind. The invitation won't be what gets Wendi in the end. No, her driving to the crime scene and lying about it constantly. There's a serial killer loose in Austin, kind of like Beach Dude, dumping girls in the lake. Oh my God, be careful. I cannot believe there is anyone out there who would want to be with Wendi. They better hope they don't get... Yeah. Like, sleep with one eye open, dude. Seriously. Innocent routine is hard to take after a while. Harvey is lucky. At his age, he will be doing the least time. I honestly suspect that Harvey might follow out Donna's other plan when she's convicted. Thank you, Lou. Morgan Honeycutt. I got it. April, do you think it's possible that Wendi was involved with that? What did April say? Oh, yeah. Please, if there's anybody in here from Austin, please be careful.
Yes,
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
Oh my
That's
God.
where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the bowl of bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue.
Yes.
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
Oh, God, she's not on trial right now. Jesus, Rashbaum.
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner.
Oh, my God,
don't
leading.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
Oh, could you imagine?
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
But he won't be her lawyer.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. Is that, you won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
Mhm.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Oh, Jesus. Dramatic. Mm-hmm. Not here either.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
I know. That's great. Good find, Deborah.
And you arranged for the Markells to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over my house.
Mm-hmm.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th. No.
On the 21st.
Yes.
Thank you, Rose.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
Oh, bullshit.
And when you left,
Both
you were not
cars up.
yourself.
It was a mess.
Oh, liar.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
Yep.
I
I'll find it. Yep.
hadn't slept in days, and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house
No,
Great.
and you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating. No.
And ultimately, you
Yeah.
decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
That's just.
I mean, I made that
bullshit.
decision
Let's
much
call it
later.
as it is.
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and
Absolutely.
get your more stuff at your house, right?
He did.
You have one more moment, Your Honor. Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
Yes, you
In
did.
fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys.
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
Can you
There
imagine
were sleepovers and
flies?
play dates.
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No.
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
Because you
And as
did.
a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Oh my God, she pisses me off.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel's death?
Mm.
No.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
How are your boys doing?
They're doing very well. Thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Abstain.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Abstain.
Charlie, love his nephews.
Very much.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, we know he's going to pause there. I just want to, I'm going to bring this dress up because I was asked to show the picture. Oh, what did I miss here? Sorry, guys. I was looking in my file trying to find out where I put that picture. They are special sites. Sorry. Special sites to order stock the bar, special invitations so you could have gotten a real invitation. Yeah, there is. And I know the rest. Yeah, that didn't sit well with Jeff either. If only I have someone to communicate with about this trial in Germany, there's no one I know following this. Okay, sorry, guys. I just want to... I know, like, Fancy Fiction has been following this from day one. Like, yeah, BS alert. Absolutely. I saw Wendy's resume on, I think, Patty's Playhouse, and Wendy worked for her parents. Yeah, I saw that too. OJ could lie really well. Wendy, not so much. Thank you, Anne. Doubt it. Told to say something like that. He is leading her and telling her, yeah, like he's not defending Charlie one bit. Not one bit. Like, it's horrible. So I'm going to show this picture here. 1 second. And just show you what it's a disgusting, like, you think your father did this. So let me see if I can make it larger here. Like, your father photoshopped this. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. And this is the picture. So this is the one Jeff was talking about that she put up as her Facebook profile. because she knew she was going to be on the media. Like, he called it right out. No, this is her daddy photoshopped this. Like, this is the one he says, why would you want your kids like this? Why wouldn't you? The only thing about this picture is her. Yep, day after shooting, she put it up. So this would be what the media posted. I have no idea, Deborah. I don't know, but well, she showed a lot at his bar mitzvah. And then it is wrong. Okay. We're going to get rid of Wendi here because Turnpike needs to be taken down. But that's the picture. And we'll go back to... Absolutely, Rose. Absolutely. Horrible. Like, what kind of dad would do that? I don't get it. You don't have nothing important to say, Rash. You just say you're done. Sit down.
Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Oh, see, he listened, guys.
Redirect
That's what we're
examination.
going to do is tell him to shut up. Here comes
The
Georgia.
long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee
Mhm.
post murder date. None of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to
Look at
South
his
Florida,
mess.
right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here. Yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
no, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one
Should have photoshopped that.
event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
Thank
What was
Jesus.
the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
Yeah.
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Lawyer.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's three central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
Exactly.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization?
Right.
Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book. Yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was, Josh
law
Stone.
schools.
All right. And what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
You want to know
I'm
what's
sorry,
on
what
that
was your
book?
answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North
story.
Florida State University
That sounds right.
and
Birkin name's
FSU.
Birkin.
And FSU sounds right. Yeah.
All right. And in the book, does Lily lament, quote, "We moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career"?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you. This is actually my copy.
He needs a nappy
Just turn back to 187.
and a special friend to cuddle with. But he's not. Yep, he knows.
Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Okay. It had to do with, let's see if I can find it. That you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the third paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then it goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay.
I'm suggesting you have mental health issues. I'm suggesting you're a bitch.
What is the prof's blog? You were
Very
asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the prof's
I don't know.
Probably
Prof's blog?
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you
Probably.
on the listserv for that prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
The post says Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Exactly.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example,
Okay.
but
But he
not
didn't
a
put,
flight number.
but he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on Cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
Hi, little man. Sorry.
This isn't your trial, is it?
Read your
No.
post.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
No,
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
no,
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
no.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this
Yeah.
case?
I have not.
Give you an opportunity to take a look at that document.
But you're
yourself.
welcome here.
Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanawa.
Were you on the
And we agree
wire
with you.
in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No,
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes,
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
She knows. Come on.
And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No,
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, did you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is your brother's voice was on the calls.
No, it doesn't make you not.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
There you go.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No,
I think George has got something here.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
I can
Were
read
you on
now.
that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking? So I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you
Go,
that you
Georgia.
provided your phone in this case, and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Argument approach.
Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when
I don't.
we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful, or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No,
So he was wrong.
he was wrong in June when he accused me
Yeah.
of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother
Hi, Miss
trying to
Ramble,
make
welcome.
arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
They weren't
Wasn't
going
the foster
to.
care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
Oh, yes, you are.
She didn't know
I'm
that, though, did
excited.
she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak
Does-
to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
Yes.
I don't know how to
You're
answer
right.
that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state.
She did suggest a specific foster care agency,
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
a Jewish foster care.
What is going on with this? For some reason, all of Wendy's testimonies are cut in, because this one was supposed to have Jeff Lacasse, because she comes back in because Georgia forgets to bring up something through her. So they have to bring Jeff Lacasse in. He goes back out. They bring Wendi back in. Let me just go back here. And
Do you recall that?
no, we don't need to hear you again, Rashi. I'm sorry. We just do not need to hear you again. I can't do it. I just can't. I love the fact that in 2014, they never imagined Celebrate being able to access what apps and those. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Law and Crime posts edited a lot of their videos. Yeah, well, and some of like Donna's hot mic calls, you can't find them. So if it's because of evidence or like they had no idea about the cloud and all that crap. I honestly believe there's so much coming out. I'm just going to try to find the rest of her. Oh, this is on her redirect. I don't want that. But yeah, it's let me just see what everybody has to say here. We'll get this. Someone mentioned that the calls have been taken down. Yep, all of the hot mic calls, can't find them anywhere. But supposedly once the trial's over, you can have them back. Yeah, they edited the buzz from the Exxon mic that goes off to remind officers that it's recording. This is cool because I can't handle watching Wendy's testimony by myself. I get too upset. Well, you hear me. I've got you guys here and I'm still going. She literally sets me right off. WhatsApp holds the, I bet you it does. Who would be the most hated woman in the world? Meghan Markle, Wendi Adelson, or Nicole Kissinger? My guess is all the above. So, funny story, because you sent this. I had a comment today. A person decided to unsubscribe, which is their right, because I made a comment about Meghan Markle. And I said, because I was saying something about the royal family. Well, listen, I'm Canadian. I'm probably one of my biggest royalists out there. Don't hold it against me. I stood 14 hours in line to pay my respects to the Queen. I went up there by myself to make sure I was there for the funeral. And this person just came down on me about Meghan Markle. It was hilarious. I saw a video that I think Fancy Fiction put out of a video of Wendi with her boys, I think, by a park. Yeah. I'm trying to stay clear of the boys. I just want to be respectful of the boys. But I guess really the things I say about their mother's not respectful. So bye, Cam, and Cam's in the interview room, buzz to remind the parties. We can all sense there's something very off with the Adelsons. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Arrest, for letting me know. On StreamYard, it doesn't let me know. Doesn't let me know the likes or anything like that. Do you think Canada should become 2 countries? No. No, and it'll never happen. It truly won't. I know this is not a political channel, and the French don't want Quebec. And sometimes we don't want Quebec, but it'll never happen. Thank you, Lou. It's exciting. It's crazy. I wonder why that annoying noise continues no matter what, even though KM's proffer. Yeah. It won't happen. Keep Canada one. We'd become American before we'd become two countries. That would be my thought. So, do you guys want me tomorrow night just to do Jeffrey Lacasse, or do you want to jump right into Charlie? Completely up to you guys, because I love Charlie's. I don't, Rash takes forever with Charlie, but Georgia, oh, she's awesome. I used to forget to stop my body cam from recording sometimes, and the buzz would remind me. Oh, Jonas, you're a retired officer or still an officer? My coffee crew want to do tomorrow night? You want to do Charlie, or do you want to do Jeffrey Lacasse? I'm letting you guys choose what we do tomorrow night. Charlie. So we got two Charlies. They are both good. Actually, if you guys want, we can do Jeffrey tonight because it's not long. Oh, that's been like that for years. The battle of two languages is crazy. Jeff is my hero. Okay, Tat says okay. Because Jeffrey's not long. He is very compelling. Retired, but in private contract security counsel. Thank you. Thank you for out there protecting us. Charlie, the impact of what the Adelsons have done will one day slam into the adult lives of Dan's boys like a meteorite. And that's why I say, Patricia, those two boys have got a huge mountain to climb. But I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. I 100% believe their daddy will be walking beside them while they're climbing it. I'm new, not to the case, but just found your channel. Well, thank you, McRamble. Hopefully you'll like and subscribe. We're a community here. We're not just a channel. Do Jeff tonight. Okay, Wyona. All right. Tennessee girl went to kindergarten in Canada. Dad worked pipeline. So Alberta, it's my bedtime, but I will stay up for Jeff. Okay, let's get Jeff going here. I'll get Jeffrey Lacasse going. We'll just do Jeffrey Lacasse in the Charlie testimony or Charlie trial. Sorry, guys. I know it's dead air. I apologize. I'm just trying to find the right one because some of them cut off. Okay, I think. Since X reveals her thought is he set up. Okay, I think it's my bedtime. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. I'll get this going. Okay. I think it was my first interview shortly after Okay, here we go, guys.
Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to July 13th, 2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going
Be right
on
back,
back in the
guys.
summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right. And by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother, Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied the previous summer.
Okay. All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right. So definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right. Thank you. And I want to, well, okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. And I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson and she was excited to see me.
All right. So what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right. And after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga is not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold. And I kind of got the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right. And as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk
No,
away?
she called out to me, and I walked back towards her. And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me for the rest of the week. So it kind of confirmed, this is over.
Mm-hmm.
But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes,
And that's the date of the homicide?
that's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. On Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner, so with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had asked if I was still going. If I didn't go, why not? what route I would be taking a lot of a bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder, in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
You remember in the jail calls when Donna was making fun of him? He couldn't even sit still. He was moving. And you imagine the stress this guy has been under? Like, he had police not believing him, police looking at him like he was just a jealous ex-boyfriend. He's facing Charlie, which he literally said he was afraid of. Like, this guy was, if y'all haven't seen Galvin's interview, it's not long, 3 parts. She proves there's hope for boys realizing the facts. Yeah. Katie Kool-Lady talks about it too, because she's a child victim also. So it's these boys, they'll make it. Wendi was setting him up to take the fall. I like how practical these professors are. Even Dan Markel had a plane. Yeah. Being a parent yourself can cause a huge mental switch and change. Yeah, absolutely. Shame on Wendi for taking those boys' dad. She's got to pay for this, Lee. She's got to. I would too. Like, he knows. He holds the information. Like, he knows it. I hope someday he writes a book. I really do. Jeffrey Lacasse, if somebody out there knows him, and please write your book. I want to shake this man's hand, honestly.
So if you had followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
All right, so you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I
I'll be right
made a
with you,
last minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead.
Me
I
too,
had not
Sky.
informed Ms. Adelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
And when you were, we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect and apparently named by a Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That was a friend of
Flying
Wendi
after the
Adelson's,
monkey.
and she was a doctoral student in our program. I had not much of a relationship with her, just a kind of a working relationship. We'd worked on a couple of projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's. Yes, for sure.
Okay, so you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded
Somebody was
fairly
on.
quickly because the investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder. So it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right, and then was there also
Thank
some
God for Kmart.
similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Miss Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. And both times, Hitman tried to kill Danny Markel.
Okay. Any
Wow.
further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We, about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
That she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
I wish
And
we
this
knew
would
what
have
was
been
said.
within how much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
But whatever it
Seems so
was,
honest.
that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
1 moment, please.
Go ahead.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Oh, here we go.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay.
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
hmm
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when she was married to, she lived in Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And
Rashi,
when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking.
I
She did
think-
that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m. on Friday.
I think you said in one of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house.
That was a figure of speech.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the
Yeah.
bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke. Yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it. And I actually think I might remember that.
I'm sure you.
I just want to interrupt here because all those people out there that say, "Oh, he's a liar, he's this, he's that." There's so many times he could exaggerate his answer and he doesn't. He literally says, "I don't recall that. Could have been, but I don't recall it." So for all those people out there that come after this man, he's got an army behind him. Because Jeffrey is 100% telling us the truth. 100%.
You do.
Given what happened.
Absolutely.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder,
Hi,
right?
MT, welcome.
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
You didn't
Well,
have to
let's
say that.
talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context.
Go for it,
So you
Rashi.
meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago,
Say it a little bit louder.
my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July. In July.
Please, can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2014,
Yes.
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out
Thank you,
things that weren't in
Patricia.
her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was
Come on,
real.
Rash.
It was real. Yeah.
Preach.
Did you go to the police?
Preach to us, Rash. Oh,
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police. And then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talked solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second
I
interview.
already had done so. So yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable. And Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't, you have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you
Yeah.
said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So
what man would honestly admit that he was pathetic at that point? And you're telling me this man, it really bugs me that people call him a liar, because I know he's not. For him to just come out and say he knows that she twisted his head up.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you
No.
that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
Yep.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this.
Rashi, stand up. You're looking shorter.
Interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes, functionally, but I've testified before that Miss Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated. You never went on a date with her again, right?
I never saw her again other than our
Okay.
courtroom, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she threw up on her dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14, January of 15, February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
Come on, Rash.
I think there's an
Dramatic.
explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder.
I agree.
I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the
You did
repercussions.
good in
if I
kindergarten.
went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
Now I decided to man up. Decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014.
Oh, he's climbing.
Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell them about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell them?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And I wanted, in those first two interviews, there was a lot going on. It was pretty traumatic. So I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing. In addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the I'm sure it is comment.
I'll withdraw it.
It's withdrawn. Please disregard, members of the jury.
Like, why? What does he think that looks like to the jurors? You got this little midget, nothing against little people at all, but I'm calling him that because I want to. Trying to scale the electorate. And he thinks that's making him look more powerful and yelling at Jeffrey. If I was on that jury, I would be like so done with Rashbaum. I'd be so done with him. Jeff handles this. Yeah, he handles him well. Absolutely. He should have rehearsed to Matlock. Yeah. Rashi, we're at a murder trial for Charlie, and he's proving his point. Absolutely. He's just super weird energy contrast. Rash was a bumbling stop-start goof up, but now he's shutting and gesturing like a maniac. It's just, it doesn't make no sense. Like, I would love to speak to one of those jurors and ask them about this right here. How did they take that? Rashbaum reminds me of a T-Rex in that when he looks towards you, his head is real narrow, but from his side, real big with a giant jaw. Yep. I'm little, but I'm a woman, so it's fine. He'd be too short for me. Yep. It's just, I don't. And you know what? Another thing is, Rashbaum is a South Florida lawyer. these people on the jury is Tallahassee people. Are you telling me none of those people on that jury know Jeffrey? Or they know somebody that knows Jeffrey, and they watch this South Florida lawyer coming at him like that? It just makes no sense. Like, have you seen the video of Rashi without the beard? Yes, I have. Looks like a little child. He does handle the witness box excellently. My husband's a lawyer, and that's one of the hardest things to do. Biggest leveraging point. Yeah. And, they make fun of him because he's moving around. He's a nervous person. You've seen it in the interviews. He's just got a natural nervous to him. I'm 5'10". I would step on Rashi, so I would too. Let's all join in and do it. Biggest leveraging point to make a deal. Yep. Look at the way Jeff is making eye contact with the jury. Absolutely. Like, I think he played it so wrong, because I would even bet him yelling at Katie turned them off. Wendi never cared about Jeff. To me, she dated him to set him up for the beginning. That to me shows her, she didn't care at all. She just underestimated him big time. He's yep, 100%. He was so traumatized, he went to therapy. 6 months into a relationship. This is how much he loved her. 6 months in, he goes to therapy. My goodness. The cliche of over-the-top movie, lawyers just does not work in real life. No, it does. It makes me, like, I wanted to jump through my TV and smack him. And honestly, I know you guys hear me say, I just want to smack her, or I just want to wipe that smirk off of her face. I'm really not a violent person. It's just these people. They're horrible.
I have no further comments for this.
Questions?
Or questions.
Asshole.
Redirect, examination.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to
Criminal.
the criminal
elements. And
element.
particularly, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages.
Imagine what he has.
The third time.
Going through every receipt,
Yes.
every detail,
Yes.
partially out of what? What motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic. So fear was part of it. Like, if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this was a brutal murder, and I wanted to see justice done. And I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere else?
No idea. And I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson. But just in case, Here's the stuff I have.
And Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson.
Sorry, I'm just going to stop it there. And he also said in his interview, remember that when he said he loved those kids and Wendi knew how much he wanted to be a dad. And she played on that because he said how much he loved those boys. I'm hoping that someday maybe they reach out to Jeffrey. He would be a good friend for them to have.
And had in fact looked into hiring a hitman. This, just to reiterate, the statement was made the Monday before the murder. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the statement that where Wendy's relating it to you.
Yes.
All right. So that's going to be in 2014.
Yes.
Okay. And she's making a statement about something that occurred.
It made him look bad.
2013.
All right. Why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting. I did not sense there was a present danger. I didn't know Hitman had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight,
I'll be on it.
should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment,
Me
please.
too, Ted.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Lacasse, you must step down. Mr. Rashbaum, did you have something that you need to raise?
Maybe we could sidebar briefly.
Approach.
What did Russ say? Yeah, they did. They lost a great support. I would say if they ever reached out, he would be there for them. 100%. As far as the Adelsons go, in some ways, Wendi outplayed them all. Her parents, Charlie, as well as Katie and the hitman. But Georgia will be calling checkmate soon. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Like this. I've been on other channels and I see the trolls in the chat and stuff like that. And people come down on him so much. It's just, yep. She underestimated him big time. You can lead on cross, but he was stating facts, not in evidence. What? Not sure what you mean there, Empty. Like, he said he destroyed all those notes. I hope he didn't. I hope he's got them and they're ready for a book. Because, and just imagine, like I've said before with Jeffrey, he's got to live with this. He's got to live without, the thought that he should have called the police. The sidebars are interesting. Absolutely. Oh, what? I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I would think probably when this is all done too, I would think Ruth reaches out to Jeffrey. Something I was taught as a paratrooper was to be confident in my capabilities, but never underestimate my opponent. Yep. And she underestimated him for sure. Absolutely. Hi, lady. Welcome. I think those tiny little children overheard things that scared them in their young way, tried to warn their dad. I'm not sure. Interesting. No, the prosecution or his lawyers have copies, I bet. Yeah, he said he did say he did destroy them, like he didn't keep them. But would you be able to bring up the picture of Rash Bomb without a beard, please? I haven't seen it. Yeah, let me see. I'll try to find it. Bear with me 1 second, guys. Okay. Mark that pick. NSFL. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let me bring it up for you. Okay, there we go. I've got it. 1 second. We'll get out of here. A lot of buttons to click. Okay, let me get this a little bit bigger. That's Rashi with no facial hair. Baby Rashi. Yep. Baby Rashi. I bet the kids told their dad the stuff Wendi Donna said because they seem uneasy. Yeah. And Dan did put a motion about that through, right? It was the grandma motion. I have that printed on my toilet paper. Oh, that is the best. Get in line, ladies. I know, isn't he just a... Well, I wouldn't have thought that owed him. Is that Rashi in his kindergarten days? Yep. Oh. Like, I don't understand. Like, I brought up his bio in maybe 2 videos back. I don't understand why he's doing a murder trial. I do not get it. I understand more clearly why he knows the Adelsons, because he deals with money laundering and all that stuff. So that's clear. But why he's doing a murder trial? And what is it? Insider trading, things like that. So it makes it so clear. I take him over Charlie, but would just rather not. Like, yeah, those poor boys and poor Markel found absolutely heartbreaking. All about justice for Dan, justice for those 2 boys. And I know everybody knows those boys' names. It's out there. Everybody knows them. I refuse to say their names on here. It's just my way of trying to protect them. Even it's out there. I know it is. But it's just my way of showing respect to those boys. And I do feel bad that I say what I say about their mother because of them. But you got to call it as you see it. And you know, as sad as it is, I got to get Rash Bomb off here, guys, because he's making me angry. As sad as it is that these boys are going to be without a mom and without a dad. I honestly believe they will be better off in life without Wendi. And I know that's sad to say, but I truly do believe they would be better off. Like, I know everybody needs a parent. I get it. But do you honestly think she's going to be a good moral parent? No, I don't. If I had not grown that beard, if he had not grown that beard, he would have looked like a toddler having a tantrum. He would have. I know I was surprised when I heard that he hadn't done much high-level violent crime. Shows the Adelson's idiocy. Yep. So I understand the other parts and how that might tie into Charlie and Donna and Harvey. But how do I say this? This is my opinion, everyone. There's no proof to it. It's just my opinion. Could he be tied up in some of this stuff? Could he be tied up in some of this insider trading? Money laundering? All this? Because he's ridiculously attached to the Adelsons. Ridiculously attached. Again, I'm not accusing him of it. I'm just giving my 2 cents, my opinion, and I know it means nothing, but that's my opinion. Trusted him with their money long before this. He is in bed with them. I 100% believe it. There's something. Because his interview on STS about Donna was sickening. Like, she's like a mom. I love her. Who says this about their clients? Yeah, he's very emotionally attached to her. And that's why I say Morrison's not taking the lead. There's no way. She wouldn't let, she wants Rashi here to do it. When those boys become successful, which I know they will, I can see Wendi being jealous of them. Just like she was jealous of. Absolutely. Absolutely. But they won't have to worry because she's going to be behind bars. She's got to be. She's got to be. Come on, Georgia, please. Don't let this woman walk. Supposedly told him to flee. Yeah, it was on the hot mic call. She said, Dan said, we could go. Most crime families have a crooked attorney. I just think that there's something off. You know what I mean? There's something off. It just doesn't sit right for me. To have gone forward with the double extortion plot was very bad lawyering. And it's almost like Charlie was running the show. Because like I've said before, if he would have went with the defense, yeah, I asked them to go and rough him up, as Charlie would say. But that was it, because he was being abusive to my sister. Whatever. I think the jury could have swallowed that more, that the gang guy went a little out of control because he was on cocaine and he was drinking and all of this. He might have been in a better position, but Charlie couldn't talk himself away from all these text messages. He still would have been able to do it with that defense. No, you're right. They're just not ethical. Like these, I may be reading too much into it. I might be whatever. My gut is telling me there's something wrong with this situation. And I'm a big believer that people need to believe in their guts. But even roughing him up could be really serious once Dan was killed, like felony murder, something like that. Absolutely. But could the jury have thought, because Luis Rivera said they were extremely high, drinking, all of this. I'm just thinking, like, I'm glad he is where he is. I'm glad he got what he got. 100% he deserves it. I'm just thinking, as a defense attorney, why would you walk in with this double Walmart layaway extortion? As soon as I heard him opening, and this was what his surprise, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'd stand up as a defendant and say, I need a new lawyer. He'll probably have a triple extortion plot for Donna. Yeah. He can't talk himself out of that now, right? He can't. The only thing he could do for Donna is say she didn't know until afterwards. But all of Donna's, everything against Donna proves she knew. So I don't know how he talks himself out of this. I just don't. Like, I don't. There's something fishy, people. Something fishy with Daniel. Like I said, that STS just set it off for me. That started sending alarm bells off. But anybody out there, you need a defense lawyer? Rash bomb? Do not hire him. Do not. Thank you for bringing up the pic of Wendi and Rashma. I appreciate it. Oh, you're very welcome. Very welcome. That Wendi picture. Like, her dad did this. Her dad. There's something wrong with this family, more than what we already know. I believe she did. And I think it was Marie. Marie, I believe it was you, wasn't it, that you pointed out that it was washed? It was washed for the first trip, and that's why it was moldy. And I didn't catch that, to be honest. I did not. I was like, oh my goodness. Good call. I think it was. Can you not? Okay, here. Let's just say you got Dawn and Harvey in their kitchen at the Icon, at the island, dish soap, pink gloves, scrubbing with the dollars away, scrubbing them, rinsing them. Harvey sitting there stapling them. Maybe Charlie was there with the money for the first drop. Who knows? Maybe Charlie was stapling and Harvey was bagging. Had like a little line going there. Oh, thank you, Patricia. Yes, pray for those boys. Every day. Every day. She misunderstood the concept of laundering money. Now I've heard people say, oh, she's put it in the dishwasher. She's put it in the washing machine. I like the thought of them sitting there with a little nail brush scrubbing the dollars. Unbelievable. Her Dawn dish soap, because Dawn even takes grease. Listen, I know it's Dawn. If it's anything, it's Dawn. Dawn takes grease off of geese, off of ducks. Dawn would take it off. Hi, Gamma. No, we're just in our chit-chat mode now. Yes, they never explained it right in court. I never got it early either. It was washed and put in a bag. Can you imagine how nasty? Well, and that's the thing. Out of all the lies that Katie said, I believe this one, because who would come up with the money was moldy? Who would come up with that? So, and I'm pretty sure it was Marie that pointed it out, that she believes that it was washed for the first trip. Oh, I can't wait to see Donna's. And so there's some people that weren't here earlier when we first started. I had stated that jury selection was supposed to start September 17th. It's now starting September 16th. Trial should start September 18th. Work is a 4-letter word. I'm grateful I'm retired. Oh, Donna's face is going to be something else. And I keep going back to this. Can you imagine the optics of having your 3 children testify? Like, 2 of them are going to walk through the one door. One's coming in shackles and handcuffs. Can't even imagine. I want to, you know what? How many of you think Harvey's going to be there? And June is honestly for revealing what stable money fact. Yeah. And she, I'm up and down with June. I'm up and down with June. What we must understand, friends, is that the Adelsons are the criminal element, just like Sigfredo and Louise. But what's scary is people like the Adelsons all around us. They're everywhere. Absolutely. Oh, you have to watch Criminals all night? Yeah, good parenting. Like, I feel bad for Robert. I feel bad for Robert. Oh, you say, okay. I think Donna's going to make him be there. Plastic surgery shortened Donna's nose, so she has a longer space now between her nose and her upper lip. I bet you she's wishing she would have got her arm surgery done that she was planning on. Yep, they are. They're no better. June not coming straight. She was still in love with Charlie. She was like, she was under, okay, so no, we got to give June this. Because she was, just as Jeffrey was under Wendy's spell, June truly believed Charlie was her knight in shining armor. She truly believed that. Oh. Hopefully they're not really, really bad people. Charlie can't make it home from the airport in Miami. How is he going to make it to... I think you meant Harvey can't make it. Oh, that just... Did we watch that? Did we watch her arrest? That's brilliant. Patricia, exactly, friend. They're as bad as any other criminals you see. Absolutely. I knew you meant Harvey. This family blows my mind. Like having one narcissist, but having 4 in one family. I don't get it. Yes, I hope the media eats it up too. I've been telling the true crime YouTube channels I want to start covering cases or do it more. Familiarize yourself with cases just to promote the cases more. Yep. So I've said this before. For Donna's trial, and all of you that have been with me from the beginning know, Donna's day planner shows it all. Yep, it does. And checked off, you're right. So go to my page, scroll down where it says show email, click on it, send me an email, send me your name and your link. Donna's trial, I'm bringing some of the coffee crew into the live stream with me, and we're going to review Donna's trial. We're going to watch it together. You don't have to be on camera if you wish not to be. You just need an operating mic. June looked like she had Harvey's dentures in it. Oh boy. I think Donna was telling the police to make Harvey get an Uber is because that was going to ensure he wasn't getting the plane. Good call. I'm wondering though if they took his passport. Because remember that one officer had said, do you want both their passports, or can I give the passports to the husband? We are fascinated by the Adelsons because we all can't wrap our mind around the fact. I know, I started laughing. I thought Donna put the money in the washing machine and used Tide. She could have. Either way, it got washed. I like my theory that they're all standing around the island, big happy family washing their dollars. I'm sure it's due to Donna. She's that toxic and wicked. And and another thing is, it's because this man did nothing wrong. All he did was love his children. Like, we all know deadbeat people out there. We all know it. And to see a man that was fighting and wouldn't stop fighting for his children. Like, I don't even think hell is too good for these people. Hell is too good for these people. Like I've said many times, I hope Donna lives to 150 years old. I hope she lives a long, miserable life. There's some people out there that live till they're 120. I hope she's one of them. The longer she has to live in jail, the better. And there sounds like there's some rowdy crap in her family history. Yeah, there's, I guess on Donna's side, something with her parents. Oh. She could have used Gain. I wish she would have told us what it smelt like. That's a long time to go without her arm surgery. Can you imagine if Charlie gets convicted? Book arm surgery. Are you kidding me? This is where this woman's brain went? Oh, she won't like jail, but I'm telling you, when she's going to have to make sure she's up on her Botox, like constantly on her Botox, because the minute she gets arrested, would they say it lasts 6 months? We're going to see Wendi without Botox. I agree. The fact that Dan wanted only supervised visits probably enraged Donna. I think if this would have went on longer and Charlie didn't find somebody right away, I would almost believe Dan would have tried to fight for full custody. I don't know if they can be in the same prison because they're co-conspirators. Maybe just different blocks or ever how they say it down there. But no matter what, if she gets arrested when Donna's in trial, she'll be in Leon County, Mama in a different cell block. And her 3 children are going to testify against her. Yeah. Imagine what that's going to look like in front of a jury. I don't think they can. They have to send Donna away. Because Donna and Charlie were in the same. And Donna and Charlie were both in Leon County at the same time. Donna and Katie were in the same at the same time. Or sorry, Charlie and Katie were in at the same time. But I do know that I can't remember who it was that said that yeah, they'll be in Leon County, but they'll just be separated. Wendy will be like a fresh gumdrop in jail, relatively beautiful, rich princess. Oh yeah. She's gonna get a bestie. They're gonna call her Special Wendy. Can't wait to see Wendy without Botox, her hair color, and makeup. It's gonna be beautiful. Wendy might have been afraid Dan was going to take the kids to New York to live with his girlfriend. Yep. Wendy needed Donna to babysit. Grandma motion would be a problem for her. I honestly believe it's the stealing of the money, going after her law card, and the grandma motion. I think it was already in. It was already being talked about. It was already in, the works. But pedal to the metal when those two came up. I understand Robert will likely testify against his mother. Can you imagine? And what he's got to testify for, right? He honestly can say what his mother was like involving herself in relationships. Could you imagine playing your parents with Xanax, let alone using the F word so much? I was brought up so... Oh, absolutely. Like, that family was addicted to Xanax, like crazy amount. I heard that she could still teach without a lawyer card. Can anybody confirm that? I think you probably could. She just couldn't practice, right? Wendy went from losing everything to become... Oh, actually, we do have... McRamble, is that... Would your husband know? Could he answer that for us? Wendy went from losing everything to become a socialite in Miami with somebody to watch her kids. Absolutely. Donna shouldn't be hard to convict. I don't think the jury's going to like her at all. No. And if she goes on that stand and Georgia gets going at her, oh, it's going to be a party. Grab your popcorn. It's going to be a show. Yeah, I could never cuss to my parents. Never. Nope. All of them. Absolutely 100%. Kosher lobster. Like, even that, right? Your daughter's getting married. Right from the beginning, they did everything to undermine him. Right from the beginning. Wendy's going to throw Donna under the bus like a hot potato. And I think she could throw her under the bus, but I don't think George has given her anything. Georgia wants Wendy. You can see it. And I want to see it. I want to see Georgia, but you know what? I think if anybody doesn't testify, it's going to be Wendi. Yeah, kosher style wedding. It wasn't even kosher style, my God. Interesting to hear that at the time, Florida made sure any dad wanting to be involved would get 50-50 custody. And if gainfully employed, mom couldn't move away unless good reason. And when she says, oh, well, I didn't expect it. Okay, but you're a lawyer. Don't you take some kind of oath that you're not going to waste time, things like this? So you didn't expect to win, but you decided to go at it anyway. So wasting time. Wicked, that sicko comment. I couldn't have put Harvey's sicko Harvey. Yeah, he's something else. Hi, Irene. And anybody know that guy earlier that we couldn't read what he was saying there? He's bounced into my comments. I bounced him out because he was, and I haven't done that yet to anybody, even Bubba. I didn't do it to. He was getting quite, during the show, he was getting quite ignorant. Yeah, Harvey is a freak too. He may not get charged, but he's a criminal too. And that's what I mean. I can just feel it. He's guilty. But, oh, sorry, guys. But I don't see how Georgia gets there unless something in Donna's comes up. But can you imagine? Say he doesn't get arrested. Let's just say. Son's gone. His wife's gone. His daughter's gone. His other son has nothing to do with him. He's out in that world all by himself, having a hard time to get an Uber. They may not go to prison, but the world knows that they're monsters. Yep. Absolutely. His punishment will be being alone in the end. Dying alone. Nobody there. Harvey is an unindicted co-conspirator. He is the last on the list. Yeah. I think Georgia will try. I know she's going after Wendi. You can see it. Yep. I would bet 100% Irene. We were talking about that with Daniel Rashbaum. There's some weird tie there. There is. Regarding Harvey, he's, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Harvey will probably marry a 20-year-old. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. They have to. He's the mastermind of the Adelson fortune. So it stands to reason he knew everything from the start. Oh, he knew about the money. Absolutely. 100%. But can you imagine him hiring a 12-year-old or 20-year-old? Wow. Adelson brain right there. I'm not sure they have enough on Harvey. I'm not, like I said, it's all gonna, Harvey's financials, Donna's financials, all the financials are coming out in Donna's trial. So it may open it up more. It may just open it up more. Like, we They do. I'm just wondering if they have first degree on Harvey. Or do they have after the fact on Harvey? I bet Donna's phone and computer have a ton of stuff. Oh, it's gonna be. I look at the thing all. Actually, I am gonna put this out here. Anybody from Florida in chat right now? I want to get the foyer of Donna's information, but I am not sure as how a Canadian I can go about doing that. I have to rewind to hear legal. My husband's is in complex civil litigation, but was a prosecutor in Houston for 10 plus years. So he has been crazy in tired murder cases. Donna raised those boys. Wendi was just a once in a while mom, didn't cook. Yeah. Donna got to relive her two boys again, right? Through those two boys. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I'm looking for a friend in Florida to walk me through how to get a foyer of Donald Adelson. I'm not too sure how to do it, but if you do know or somebody knows, please go to my email and send me a message. I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm done at work. Yes, they're soon going to be ending. I know. I love talking to you guys. It's so good to be able to discuss this case. Harvey arrived with Donna the night of the murder at Charlie's house with the money. Exactly. I wish they could get that Sun Pass, but they say it's too late. If they can tie the payments to Katie to the business, then they can maybe get Harvey, depending on who signed the checks. Donna signed the checks. I believe they just need to prove her, etc., had knowledge of the conspiracy and did one overact. Yeah. And I think the overact for Harvey is going to be the money drop. They have phone tracking information showing that Harvey and Donna were at Charlie's that night. Yeah. And okay, here, and that text message, right? The text message outside your house. Charlie's trying to say, oh no, that they're driving by my house. Okay, bullshit. Let's just call it what it is. If you're driving by somebody, we're like, hey, we're on the highway, driving by. You don't say, oh, we're outside your house, and he just says 10 minutes. You know, I totally believe that when he planted the seed, the minute Dan got down on his knee and proposed. They sure tried to undermine him from the minute on, didn't they? Harvey may go on tax evasion. Yeah. Yes, money drop was what I was thinking. They know he was there. He was in the car. Wasn't it pretty late when they were driving by? Why would they text him? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I was like, is Charlie actually telling us that? It just makes no sense. People are not going to say right outside your house when they're driving by. Because if you pull up a map from where the turnpike gets off to go to Charlie's house, it's like a 5-6 minute drive. I'm sure they have more. Absolutely. Never ordered, but of course could find out. I'm from South Florida. Been following this case for so long. I'll do some research. Thank you. And like I said, if you just send me an email, I have reached out to a couple other channels, but they don't want to give you that information because they want it for themselves. But that's okay. If they can get Harvey, why didn't the police arrest him when they got Donna? Not Georgia's. Georgia wants them one by one. She doesn't want another Katie and Sigfredo thing. She just doesn't. Well, after hearing about Harvey enhancing the picture of Wendy's breast, I really want to see him put behind bars. And it's sad, right? That is sad. And okay, that could be an overact too, could it not? He knew she was changing because they were going to be in the news. Probably not an overact, but in my brain, that's showing some kind of guilt. I don't know. A good point. He knew why she wanted a new picture. Yeah. She wanted a new picture. Jeffrey called it out. And he also said she looked really good, better than she normally looks. And he even called Harvey out for photoshopping it. The Goldberg interview was interesting, especially when they said Dan and Wendi were total lovebirds at first and made themselves self-conscious of their own relationship. Yet they called them the family of bears. Right? The two little cubs and Mama Bear and Papa Bear. This family, I tell you, they do my head in. So we've got what, 24 days till Donna's in court? Maybe that was some of the acting Donna was telling us about. Yep. And Donna, like in Ruth's book, Donna was furious and mad at Dan for quitting working in Washington to go to be a professor. She was mad. I just, there's so many different branches of this that it just feels like you're just stuck in this web and you can't get out. Because why was Wendi acting like she was so in love with Dan when she wasn't? And 2 weeks before she left, 2 weeks before, Dan spoke to his mom and said, things are looking good. Ruth said he was uplifted. He was very happy that it seemed like his marriage was going to survive. 2 weeks before she was putting on the show with him. Now we know 2 weeks before she was cleaning out their safety deposit box. All of this was being planned. She gave him hope just to have someone go shoot him. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Donna and Harvey shared email. It doesn't make sense that they could have hidden anything from Harvey. And Wendi said it right on the stand. It's from both of them. But maybe Dan would hesitate on his legal motions if he thought they were getting back together. No, it was before he went to his conference in New York. So before he even knew she was gonna, you know how she kept saying, oh, I told him, I've been telling him. She pretended that everything was good 2 weeks prior to getting that divorce papers. And in that 2 weeks, because in Florida, you've got to take a course if you have children and you're getting divorced. She finished that course and she cleared out a safety deposit box. Like being a law professor wasn't good enough because the DC law firm would pay more and he was so smart. Dan could have become a partner. Absolutely. But also, we all know that the Adelsons like to rub shoulders with the higher up people. That would have gave them a way in, right? I believe Don and Harvey were home in Coral Springs, not at beach. Had to go south to Charlie's. They play games by opening saying, too bad the sun pack not available to prove using that. No, they weren't in Coral Springs. That they had sold Coral Springs, I believe it was 2015. They sold Coral Springs. They were at the Icon in South Beach. It really was like a Pearl Harbor thing. Yep. Dan described it perfectly. And his friends and everybody said, like, he tried everything after the divorce papers were given. He tried everything to get her back. Even after it took her 2 weeks to tell him where his kids were living. 2 weeks. Like, I don't know what would be going through a juror's head to not convict this woman. I just don't know. She's evil. Like, and we did hear a little thing about, Georgia mentioned it once, about, was there an order for you to bring the kids back from South Florida? But then she stopped. And I thought, oh, there's something there. Georgia's got something, and she didn't want for anything else to come out about it. It's just sad, guys. I read some of Dan's, if you go on, I think it's called Tax Prof, and type in Dan Markel, it brings up some of his papers that he's wrote. And if you want to feel like you're not so bright, read those papers. I read some today, and that man was a very, very smart man. Like, I'm not going to lie. I had to bring out the dictionary because, wow. Nope, they hadn't sold Coral Springs. They had beach condo at same time for a short while. When she first went down, they had the one condo and they had Coral Springs. It was stated that Coral Springs was their weekend because Charlie wanted them to move to Miami, wanted them to be in Miami. When Wendi moved to South Florida after Dan's murder, they all lived in this small condo. They didn't go to live in Coral Springs. They lived in this small condo. We know this because Wendi put it down as her address. And Charlie had stated they live in a small condo. They sold Coral Springs, I believe it was 15 or 16. They sold their family home. And they bought in the Icon, and Wendi bought her condo. I think Georgia had Wendi dead and right to rights. Her immunity be revoked. I think so too. Georgia played Wendi like a fiddle, and Wendi fell for it. But guys, we've been on here for 5 hours. I appreciate you oh so very much. I can't leave anybody. Yeah, Harvey was doing a little husband hunting for Wendi. Yeah, I think that too, right? I think Dan was a stepping stone. If he stayed in Washington, Dan was a stepping stone for Wendi. That's what I think. Thank you, X. So I will be here tomorrow. We're going to do Charlie's testimony. Both. I'll make sure I have one that's not going to cut us off. Because I love watching Georgia go at him. But I appreciate you guys, the coffee crew. I appreciate you all. Thank you for subscribing. Let's just get a count here. Where are we before we go off? Let me just check. I have to bring up my phone because StreamYard doesn't allow me to see it. 907 subscribers, guys. We are going strong. Oh, you see 904. Mine says 907, Tattles. Please hit that like and subscribe button on your way out. It will greatly, greatly help. Thank you all so much. I will see you back here tomorrow night, and we will discuss Charlie Adelson. Well, tomorrow night, tonight, I guess, because it's, what time is it here? It's 2:06 in Ontario right now. I always get it messed up because I'm watching the live countdown. What's Moonchild? Hi, Moonchild. Hello, all. Wendi photo posted day before Dan's murder. Yep. But I'm going to say goodnight, and please, please, justice for Dan Markel. Justice for those two boys. Please go over to Justice for Dan Markel. Like, share, please. We need to keep this going. We need to get this out here. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful night. See you tomorrow.